17.2 million, very close. And our operating expenditure. Budgeted, and not in progress yet. Next slide. Just oh, and also I can move to next slide. This should be the next slide. Yeah. No, just but it's not ready because next slide. This one. This is the same one differently? No, a little bit change. No, can you access the at least power drives? No. Put your presentation here. Oh, wrong. No, you gotta go to the other one. Yeah, it's just the. You might have read that. Oh. New laptop screen. Oh, we're making the series an old laptop, is that? Yeah, that's why you need these now. Technical difficulty. While we're getting that set up, just want to remind everybody we're having a wellness week happening at the HOA. I think from 8:30 to 4:30. Come on down, go visit.
It's running on Saturday all day too.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you guys want to go and visit with members and stuff on Saturday, see some healers, it's running from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah. So they're serving breakfast and lunch and
Oh, there are people that'll walk on my back.
if you, you should actually, if there's gonna be a registered massage therapist, his name's Raj. He's really good and he's gonna be there only on Saturday. So if you do want to see him, I would text Tara right now and she can put you on the sign up sheet.
That's what first. Oh, I might not even be empowered. But if Chuck gives me good news, he found a way to get my kids.
A way to get your what?
They have learned they're not plowing here. So they're only flying a kilometer 12. My cab is a kilometer 50. It's a long trek. So there may be a southern route to get up, depending if they're logging. See you in a week. It's that was a plow. Yeah, 6 feet of snow. So just a reminder to the community. Joey. Oh, and another thing we're gonna take, like you were telling conversation, it's chicken malt. So we are having family night February 29th at the HOA.
From 4:30 to 6. Hmm.
Leap year.
No, because this we have changed some. Yeah, that is her 220s. He made some changes.
We all that you? January.
Or January 29th.
Like, what was
So January 29th, family night, HOA.
4:30. Huh? You're not. You, Shahid? Can you send an invite to council for the family night?
Yep.
For January 29th from 4:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m.
January 29. Is there a way?
4:30 to 7:30 p.m.
Is there a way to merge all your officers? Yes.
I know it's all like the calendars or just looking at the calendar. Oh, this is what the week was.
I still have to pop between my work calendar and my calendar. So I gotta figure it out.
Start on the laptop. Is that option? Yeah, maybe we can go to the web. We can check that.
My laptop.
Yes, it's good. The laptop we can.
KYT guy here who could probably help you figure it out.
You can put your personal email and office email together. I have that email. You can put one for time business, personal business. Just there will be two things. Promote that. Yeah, personal, super personal. Super personal girlfriend.
Live. Your mom's probably.
Let's talk about him, not me. Super personal, not me. The corruption. This section is to compare the balance sheet items or assets and liability situation as of November 30th. The total current asset is 26.2 million. Total liability 3.3 million. Total adjusted current asset is 22.8 million. Total other assets, this is basically the dues and the business entities, which is 44.9 million. And total fixed cost is fixed assets, 26.5 million. So total net asset is 94.38 million, which is on the other side of the balance sheet coming as equity 25.7 million, retained earning as 56.9 million, and current surplus from the previous sheet is 1.6 million. So altogether, this is 94.38 million, which is the net worth of the bank as of November 30th. And last year, November 30th, last fiscal, the net worth was 76.06 million. So altogether, it's an increase of 18.2 million, which is primarily coming from increase in the equity in business entities and fixed assets and increase of investment was resulted from the completed capital assets. There's a 23% growth from last year.
That's capital projects that have been going on, essentially. Yeah.
So next year we'll see more bump in this asset. When this, oh yeah, this capital, so this project will be capitalized again. Yeah.
Very good. Good job, guys.
This is not done yet. Right. Business comparison. As of now, we have deposit, cash deposit, and various bank accounts. 8.028 million, and we have investment in PI account 17.5 million. So total bank balance liquid asset is 25.5 million. Last year, November 30th, it was 26.6 million. In comparison, we are 1 million less. Yeah.
Because of the post order project.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So that is like money came last year, money expended this year. That's why like $1.1 million.
Few important is in this January we started our annual budgeting activities. All the program managers received their program statements as of end of December, and they are working on the budget. So the budget process is they prepare the budget at the program level, then they sit with me, and once it is done the finance review, then we sit with the executive director for the final review. After that, we sit with chief and council for their review and approval by mid-March. So I would like to request for a meeting date in mid-March.
This is not like spring break. Isn't that?
Is there any way you can decide the date? No, it will help a lot. If you could decide the date.
It's done by the audit.
Yeah, 31st of March, we have to upload the budget.
Yeah, budget. So it is.
FMB and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good with the
So can we all look at our calendars right now and give them a date?
Yes.
We need a date.
Yeah.
Do you want it on the beginning, the end of the week?
what works for you. Because it is at least a long session. Last 2 years it was almost 5-6 hours straight.
That'd be awesome. Gone from the 15th to like the 18th of next week.
So the 20th or the 27th, both Fridays, that's late. It's
Do you have time for him?
so the 9th to the 13th, that week would probably be best for you, right? From the 9th to the 13th.
9th March to 13th March.
Earlier, it is a bit early call because sometimes few of the departments are
You're a bit late.
When do you want the date?
Yeah, when would be a good day?
Starting is mid, right? Starting March is middle.
you have got
We're in the 20th?
Plays on
Schedule. So
plays.
13th would be okay.
13th is good?
Okay.
Okay. That should be.
Meeting invitation to council.
Full day, right?
Yeah.
Like 12 to 8, you're saying?
12 to 12.
It said 5 or 6 hours, I thought.
Yeah.
So, when we get through the budget and if the calls are going to take time off and it just adds up. I blow it all in the beginning of the year, I don't have much at the end, so.
From 13th,
From 12? From 12?
fine. Yeah, we can go with I'll prefer to be up.
Next.
The parking lot, just let us know, put it in the calendar, thank you very much, Sarah.
Next week, we are going to have our interim audit for the current fiscal year. They will be coming here for a week.
Oh,
The holiday.
maybe a few days to, yeah.
And this 13th January, we had a federal team here to go through our payroll, payroll procedure, payroll documentation, payroll process, and they had
resource. And human resource that
and human resource. Yeah. So they had gone through all the documentation and process policies. Yeah. And then this they said that it's pretty good. And
So you guys aren't even sweating?
no,
You guys seem pretty, we're not.
yeah.
So that's the email we got sent yesterday, right?
So
Yeah.
I can give you a little update because I met with HR today, HR manager. So their impression is like we are doing general is fair. We are doing much above the general. So much general and standard. Our standard is above of general. So there is only one observation. The very tiny observation is like that is we have been accumulating the vacation hour. Vacation hour means like say somebody didn't take vacation in a year, somebody didn't cash their vacation in a year.
Yeah.
They told that this is not, it is good to somebody, but normally what you should do, like after each year, if somebody's accumulation is there, you need to notify the staff that you have this much of accumulated hour, that you can take this much of leave, or you need to take that money.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah.
You cannot accumulate it so long.
Oh, we used to do that.
I thought we always did.
Now,
It was always
yeah.
there, yeah.
People doesn't ask for money. For example, like some stuff they don't want to ask for it. One is Jawad. He has the highest amount of money. Second is Jennifer. He has the highest amount of money. Second highest.
No, but
They're supposed to
Don't
be paid
care.
out at the end of each year. If they don't take it, they're supposed to be paid out at the end of the year.
Not one. So they just accumulated it. So
you can get to a choice.
Yeah, there was no choice before.
choice is for the bank hour. Our policy says on the bank hour, if it is more than 40 hours, automatically we pay.
Use it or lose it.
Well,
Yeah, that was a vacation.
yeah, we did. By the end of the fiscal, because it had to go to zero. That's it, zero everything else, yeah.
So
It also said something about the overtime, right?
Oh, there is.
It said something about the overtime in the email, and 48 hours is like max.
so 48 hours is the max. So that is something like
How are we gonna accommodate
so
that?
and like
You guys are always here.
so that part we're gonna work a little bit because 48 hours they put there, they told that, but there are some flexibility there too. That flexibility and our requirement, we're gonna work it out together and we're gonna meet with the directors and the department managers how to resolve that. But those both are they mentioned it is very, very tiny. So nothing like that. You need to take some action right away, but it is something. If you put this way, do this way. Other than that, this is an excellent audit and this is like the outcome is good. So we can, that is another achievement.
Okay, we gotta do this quickly. We have Jesse King who's been waiting for
Yeah.
probably like 10 minutes now online.
Yeah, I messaged her and told her that we were running a bit.
Okay, so
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
well, it's been Jesse King.
Thank you.
Jesse, you know. So we can can we kind of aid into your time a bit. Yeah, yeah. See everyone? No.
the 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 to your chief council today, so you to the MOU to read that and just to see all of the support and the museum, if we could wait until to bring them to the local what and Inuit symbology to the it's much different. The representation of the medicine wheel wouldn't be much different than the Métis and the Inuit, right? Like we have many Cree people who, yeah, yeah. And the thing is really to what is what on there besides. Okay, yeah, I think that is important. Yeah. And, yeah,
Yeah.
it's I like the look of the eagle too.
Yeah, so I can even share some of the pictures.
Eagles got two short necks.
See, I think the only thing that I would suggest to the student is maybe adding a little bit more of like a darker green to the cedar boughs just for that contrast. Yeah, for visibility. So because you can't really um see it very well. Well, at least from where I'm sitting.
That's right. No, I totally agree with that. A little line.
I think you need to, because it's multicultural, like the medicine wheel itself is self-explanatory. But I think there's no representation for the other the other nations like Niska and Kitsan and the other nations on the west coast and the ones that are close by here around us. If there was something there that, that could be used so that it represents everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have specifics that you're thinking of? I definitely agree.
I don't, that's up to the artist. You can't be
I could definitely.
the complainer.
Well, I was gonna say, like the eagle, like the kind of design itself is kind of West Coast art in itself. So when you
Yeah,
look at it,
it's
I think the inside of the wings and on the body of the head and everything is, there should be some explanation in that. What is it that he's trying to show? Red and white, and it looks like a killer whale or something inside there or something. Maybe it's another eagle that I can see anyway. So, and it looks like a grouse foot over there too.
that's representative. And also, I was thinking even if you want to incorporate like even something like salmon run the rivers, kind of connect us all as well.
okay. We can definitely offer that. Do you think, Clay? Sorry, I think that was Clay talking. Maybe it's some aids in the.
Or just the eagle holding a salmon, I don't know. It's just a thought. I don't like changing people's art either because they artists put a lot of work and thought into it too.
Yeah.
It's a thought.
Something running.
No, totally.
Simple.
It's everything West Coast and
Yeah.
South.
Yeah, the student wants to make sure that anything is open. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
This is
I think one other thing that I just thought of is that, you know, you have another circle on the outside, looks like a big circle. And you can put the, the salmon egg, like the life cycle of the salmon on the outside, showing that, you know, this is a resource that we use, and everybody uses that resource, and everybody can adapt to it, like, to show that, you know, that's where we come from. Yeah.
That's a beautiful idea. For me years ago. So I've got a couple of naming inquiries. So one I reached out to Kimmy. With the Aboriginal Research Space, PG. Deals of a name that was gifted to CNC in spring 2024 prior to my arrival at CNC. This was something that Marlene Erickson me to take, you know, community. Edie was here to the BC community. Edie and Ron. CNC drum group with name Picnic Fun. CNC drum to Indigenous and you are okay with it. Like, to see if you can feel
Like, this is film. Um, I'm okay with the name, but I think, having other Aboriginal and Aboriginal, um, um, it's not a legacy, but it's transferring of other prairie, sort of prairie like, um, badlands, you know, or whatever they call it, you know, or ways of life, and the way that they do things in the prairies is you know, when we don't have a pipe cutter, you know, we it's just something that was brought in and adopted by certain people that come into the band that have nowhere else to go. And right now we're moving through a process that we're learning more about the backlash and how the backlash works. And going that route so that people really understand what they did and where they come from through matrimonial ways, and that's the way we do. And that's our way. I think, but not to push away and say, well, this is a better way than what they're doing over there. Like, that's not our way though. When people have to, they either accept it or they go with whatever they have right now and whatever they've already learned, and adapt it through their life as their traditional ways.
Absolutely.
I think Cycas has a backlash way too, and but yet still we still have to be respectful and recognize these people that come into our territory with different medicines and names that they have that don't belong here. So I recognize that. It's just like Beneza and Sekeza and Skyzek, and we recognize that. We have to understand that I would love to see our people and a lot of our people learn about it, and learn more about it the real way, because
Absolutely.
it's law. In the communities that I've been in, it is law. It's not just something made up so that we can practice this and practice that. But when you go to the table and you start practicing the batlats, it's law.
Absolutely.
I like the name.
That's my rant for the day. Again.
Yeah.
Right, I agree with Christine. I like the name too. Because
History too.
it's you by the late Edith.
Yeah.
Absolutely use it.
Yes.
Notify our family, probably friends too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
they only seek using the name. Names. You did. Yeah. Year now. 2 years.
So you got a hold of Kim, our elders coordinator.
Seeking. Seeking.
I think the names and the translation for the Lheidli one is basically in Lheidli Tene is I like it. So we have to be careful as and right now we don't have any person out there that except for Peter's gone that still speaks fluently in the language, and and we're losing our teachers. We don't have a teacher right now. We need somebody that's gonna take up that role and move forward with it. That's great leader. And I think just learning the language to become a teacher and learning the right way and learning the dialect. You're asking yourself, because when we come together with Cycles and like Precisely and Tache, and Lastly and the different bands, we all come together as one. We all speak the same language, but everybody understands the dialect. They understand what you're talking about. And the only time it changes is when you go further west up towards Babin and then Morristown. Morristown is where it's separated, right in from Morristown to Kitsap. Somewhere Kitsap is mixed in Dewey somewhere. So there's a dialect. There's a big change all the way through that, in terms of dialect.
Seymour, she would probably be a
Send it to Shay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with Delma. Are you see?
Forgive council.
Dolly Logan.
Christina Seymour Council.
Jamie Bird, council.
What paper, the goal of it was to take what it turned into, which is basically a flyer went out to national, provincial, something that was focused on local news only. Um, in that time, we've gone from 7 employees up to 17 employees. Paper's circulations increased from 17,500 copies a week to 23,000 copies a week. And our readership online, that's what everybody says really matters. I disagree with them, but whatever. Has gone from 700 to 750,000 page views per month when the old ownership had it to right now we're averaging north of 1.5 million page views a month. So our readership is growing dramatically. I attribute a huge amount of our success to the fact that it's locally owned and community focused. If you read our paper, if you go to the website, it's all about the region. It's about Prince George, it's about the community we have here, and the people who we interact with, and that goes out to McBride, north, we come all the way up to Portrait Drive to some extent, Passion Creek, south to Wayne's Lake, and then east we carry stories all the way up to Petaguat.
The other thing that I've taken on with paper is a very much, I've been very adamant from the beginning that we're gonna be a pro-sports paper or pro-region paper. I want to celebrate the good things that are going on and try to find things to promote what we're doing well. It's not just about having to throw a big rock at somebody. I want to make sure if we're throwing a rock, there's a reason for it, and that if we throw that rock, it's going to lead to improvements and make things better. So from our perspective, I think we've done a good job over the last 2 years of turning things around. My first significant hire was Kennedy Gordon. He's got a significant amount of time in the industry. Which time have you been in the industry? It's 40 years. How long have you been managing it for? 15 years. Different daily newspapers in Ontario. So he came out here and became our managing editor, and he has a very, I would call it, nothing short of visionary view of what the news should be, and it's in the same vision of mine, which is how do we pull the community, how do we cover what's going on in our community. Currently we have employed, we have 6 full-time reporters that we have employed, up from the staff that we were sitting with 2 reporters. So that's an investment in what's going on in the community. The thing I think is the most important thing is the fact that we're trying to tell the stories that aren't always picked up. When people are going to the news sites, they want to see, if they want to read something that's going on in the US or in Europe or in Ottawa, they go to other websites. But people go to the news site, the Citizen for pick up the paper for read what's going on in our community. Which brings us to the reason why I'm here today. Commitments today are an important part of our community. We recognize right on the front page, it's on the traditional territory of the places today. We have in the past done some good outreach, I think, with some of the stories that Ted Clark has done in covering what the First Nation, what your First Nation's been up to and what you've been doing. The challenge I have is you guys are a significant part of our community. You do a bazillion amazing good things that I get told about, either from my staff or from my other businesses. Or for my reporters that are out and about, and they tell me the great things that you guys are doing or the big projects you're undertaking. But I can never get a story on. And it drives me crazy because they're good stories. And I think that they're things that the community needs to hear about, but it gets filtered through, if you'll pardon my thing. I love Kevin Brown back when he was your communications person, but he was very difficult to get through, to get to chief and council.
Well, we'll give you our email.
Okay.
We're easy to get a hold of.
But that's one of the things we'd like to do. I think we have a lot of really good stories that we'd like to delve into and build on. I understand and appreciate the history of the system. There's been some good coverage in the community, and there's also been some very negative coverage in the community. That the citizen prior to my ownership had, from my perspective, failed in its duty to be unbiased and to provide information to people. And from my personal perspective, failed miserably in being corporate short. We don't need to find every piece of garbage that's going on in every corner of every part of the city. We need to celebrate the things that are going on as well that are positive and successful. We have a lot that's very unique. That's, wow, I can't believe we're doing that. And you go to other communities and they're blown away by what Fitchburg does. And we are doing a good enough job with celebrating. And then the last part I'll talk about is like promotion. One of the things we do these special sections throughout the course of the year. We do the Indigenous Day celebration. And when we do that, we do stories are all reported on stories. They're not editorial stuff that's provided, and then we try to sell advertising to that section. And we're looking for to reach out to the stations across our region to support those sections, and have nobody to talk about for that. Kind of very challenging. So that's another internal thing for us on advertising. That's not why I'm here. I'm only here just to talk about advertising. It's about talking about how to get your story. For us, because we're building content on our website and having more opportunities to tell you success.
So the best way, I think, would be contact through executives. And depending on what's happening,
like if it's something with family development or whatever family things, it would be Tashina the one that would be, and the folks from economic development, those guys, talent fuel, the HOA.
It's how do I get that breakdown? It's big content, so.
So, for this to contact with me. So, the success story, the community update and all this stuff that needs to be published, and to circulate it. So, and, by any chance, do you have any connection with Tom?
I know Todd Burley very well.
Okay.
I know you're communications person. I'm like, good turn. Is there a posting? I don't know.
Other folks who know.
He's our
All of this relationship.
political advisor,
Yeah.
not communication.
But again, my key concern always is when I have to go through somebody else to get a story, or when I've got candidates sitting on a story where we've got all sorts of stuff going on that we would like to talk about, there are one stories that part of it, you know, is the change of ownership for paper map. Land up there. It's got all sorts of background information, but you don't get a sense of anybody what's going on.
You know, so, yeah.
So Daniel,
There's no doubt that.
she's a band member, so.
But not really affiliated, like he's a band member, but he's not.
Yeah, you're right. Big part of it. So, I mean, just,
It was, well, that's what I remember, so.
myself just down the street at Four Nations on the corner of.
Thanks, all nations. Victoria first.
Right across from the Subaru.
That's where you find yourself.
So my last question to you is, or my last one is more of a question to Chief of Council, and that is, what can we do to help facilitate communication?
I agree with you, everything, we have focus on positive stuff.
Yeah.
The next one is getting the story right.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Some positive, yeah, the right information. It's been here over 9,000 years. Unfortunately, some people still don't know who Great Britain is, and then.
The challenge is, going through one person for your story, we don't get the turnaround times. We don't have the opportunity to get the stories built in time. And that's where we've been hung up in the first 3 years that I've been here, with this in this role. We've worked with several rounds trying to get out stories. And, yeah, we're working with colleagues trying to connect to get stories out. It ends up being no progress, no limited progress. I think because so many stories going on.
Talk Clifford, and if he sends us all their email, we all have 2 phones. And he'll say, need somebody to reply to this ASAP.
Or yeah, or if there's a.
You know?
One of the ways that we hear about stories, but people come to us as opposed to actually how we move through things. Yeah, and Todd's pretty good about it, so it's something that. Like, you know, more, just to, we have sources throughout the city, throughout the region, they just email and say, like, I want to know about this. And that sort of thing is what leads to a lot of the stories. Newspapers like this, made for newspaper. That's what the system is, and that basically leads to newspapers and documenting the streets and squares since the first started publishing in 1960. The citizen since we used this media source of research. Mainstream media has not always been fair to First Nations. It's my mission has been for decades to change that. All stories, whether they're only way it's
Question and token.
communications manager, then we should make make sure that things going facilitators that run our health post major calendars with all of the community main Facebook page. We post all of our meeting and stuff like invite they usually more than before. They're usually at the beginning of the week.
He's talking about, so here's the sort of, you know, is when you got some housing, learn the reserves, you know, a bunch of repairs, maintenance, rebuilds and paving, et cetera. It's been done there. They're offering the housing right now too. The honor piece was a great story. That's a great thing to talk about. How you're taking pride in your community, and building and allowing people that, you know, they don't know wastewater treatment, things like that. It's like, you know, those are all good stories, and I want to stress again that the change that I brought to this, we won 3 national awards this year for our reporting. And that's the first time the system had won national awards in almost a decade, because of the change of what posted. And again, I've known that Kennedy and the work season,
Yes. So, part of my resources already Kashina mentioned. So, if you follow our Facebook page and website, we regularly have good resource that are something with digital. And like our events, big events like including like natural natural resource program. We have a big contribution there. Cool North Forum is coming up next week. So, Carotene is hosting that. We have coming up like BC Forestry conference. It is in September. Yes, in September. KTTNA is hosting that. So those are the big events. And also, you know, we can be in touch to cover like some of the events that you can come and cover. Like,
so there's a difference I would suggest between news stories and events. Events that you're running like that, I would expect you to be buying advertising for your own event. It's the stuff that's going on where you're doing stuff inside of your community, or if it's a new business starting up, or there's a new project underway, that is something where I would expect us to cover.
yeah.
So if you want something to cover more recently, we just got 7 new homes going in on reserve, north and south side. So we have 7 families moving into them hopefully by February. That's, it works. It works both for in town and reserve, right? So we're getting 7 families home, but 7 more units are up for rent.
It's all a big story. It doesn't matter the housing. It's being built.
I do have an idea, and I don't know if it's ever been like written anywhere, but one thing that is very unique to Prince George is the relationship between its local government. So, Lheidli Regional District, city, we all sit down in a tripartite kind of meeting, what, on a monthly basis?
Once a month informal.
Yeah, so, and that is something, like, we work together. And that's not something that's common, like, anywhere else. Well, at least that's what we've heard when we, yeah, and yeah, so I don't know if like that may be a story idea of what you're talking about, but that is something that we've heard numerous times from numerous other, like when we're traveling in Victoria and like going to Parliament and stuff, like when we are walking into a room to meet with a minister and we have reps from Lheidli, the city and regional district where we're all going to support each other in all of the things that we're going to talk to them about. Like it's even a shock to like those ministers, right? Like, oh, you guys are all supporting each other. Like, this is weird, right? So I don't know if that might be.
It's a big part of why we're here, because the city, the regional district get a lot of coverage from newspaper, far north.
And they don't mention us.
We're friends, yeah, we're friends.
Like we look at operations and stories like yours at the West Regional District City, it's in the same space. Well, it should be, you should have to take as well. You can do three local governments for sure. Other questions for us?
Gravel.
Gravel.
The rocks, throwing the rocks. You mentioned that
Yeah,
earlier.
we don't throw rocks.
Yeah, well, throw some rocks in some of those potholes of the streets.
I see the one on the hill coming down. the way hill.
Yeah.
What do they do at that one now?
It used to be the press building, and it's been bought by the building supply company that's over on Fourth and just on the corner is good building, it's just like on the street there. They bought this as a secondary space.
That our roofing supply company.
Okay, that's why they're building walls.
Yes, this would be a partly different. Speak on some words about depending on the story could be, but even if you guys have thoughts on like what you want to do somewhere on, what's going on in reserve, maybe that can help point the direction as well. And we have lots of spaces where you can like just like that. Yes.
This chief and council meet.
Once a month. So if there's specialty stuff happening and we really get like this, then we just call a special meeting as well.
For once a month, after every one of your meetings, I'm sure you've got something that's going on in a meeting that's interesting that you'd like to share.
I did. We got 7 houses.
Yeah.
We got 7 houses.
Oh, so we participate, like we hire the coordinator who plans the Aboriginal Day event at the park. Like that is something that we do in our administration. So for that event, but also we have the annual mock walk that we do on reserve where we invite the Prince George community and all surrounding First Nations to participate. We used to take all of our band members to the Sun Run, and it just got like way too expensive to do that. So we started our own walk in Prince George. It's a 10-kilometer walk, and we do that every June.
The money raised goes to the Elder Society.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say Evan might be a point of contact too. Evan Salter.
Yeah.
He's the CEO of panel. He might have a story or two that he'd like to talk about once in a while.
Some of the business ventures and things that we're doing there. That is important.
Also, did LTN get broken into over the Christmas break?
Not throwing rocks.
No, it's in the paper. Why am I read it? Was LTN contacting that got broken into? Oh, that's the Christmas break. It's in here. That's why I asked.
That guy, we're kind of
LPN?
I am asking.
Was it theirs?
Says damage, theft, or equipment at area logging claim, and it says on the Beaver Road by the Shelley site. And LTN's the only one I know of out there.
That they were broken into.
They might have. We had right off the.
So and that's LTN, I feel a little disappointed. Thank you.
Someone else's.
It's on page 14 in the corner.
Yeah.
Not the only longer in there.
So it's at least getting more points of contact and getting building more relationships we can all good things in the church. This is a big joke.
It's news that it's local leadership of this party.
Yes, it is.
We need to add our stuff.
Yeah, it's, which is why we need to have.
This is great.
yes.
Another story you can do is on the healing fairs that they have at the courthouse once a month. Your point of contact, CSFS, Priscilla Mueller. Yeah,
Your name again is?
my name? Tashina, Tasheena, and then Seymour, Cymour.
Definitely gonna get connect you with Christine.
Excellent. Thank you all very much for your time. We appreciate it. It's been awesome. Thank you for joining us. Oh, yeah, thanks for the papers. This is, yeah. Good.
You're not gonna send us a bill on it.
So, no. Yeah, so thanks. You can have thanks, Clark.
Again,
Shall I admit another one?
Intros. Yeah.
So just call it spade a spade. We know what you guys are doing. No problem. Oh, yeah. Copeland's only going for a glass of water.
he's gonna stand outside and drink it.
Yeah, he's not.
And you?
I don't see.
Why?
I haven't had a citizen newspaper in my hand in a little while. It's actually kind of neat.
Yeah, there's 11 they used to deliver them.
Be like, keep you the past,
Burning your money and your
school vehicles instead of.
Sure, yeah.
I know that's what I looked at right away. Yeah. There you go. Kennedy's. That's. That's.
Kennedy Dick.
They're still good. I got my dad for sure 4 ago.
We're not even halfway yet.
Yeah, I tried to finish it by 5:30, but I'm looking at 7:30 now.
Yeah.
We are two from the first. Let's go 7.5 hours. We're going back to night shift because I know next month we have next month. Well, next month is but
I don't think it's a sheet of calm down and not talk as much.
if we start at 5, that's good enough, and then the guys couldn't say. If we start at 5, we're done by 9. Our housing took like. We start at noon. They think we got all day. We have 2 more coming from there, and we have.
And it's not even coming from Tofik. Tofik's not even said one more thing. Tofik's being really quiet.
The first topic took a long time.
They did. Well, that's pretty major. So that's.
Yeah, that was important, man.
It wasn't important.
It was a good hash out.
It was. It was a good back.
Need to like put the simple topics in the topics one, just date selection, and that I know that will come to me.
I mean, it was a lot, and they talked about it like he's just thought, he's just like, yeah, I save this for last because it's gonna take a while. He just did.
Yeah, it will take a long time. We have Jelson and Evan from the starting day 2, and we have so many small presenters.
How many days of leave you get?
Like 2 weeks. 2 weeks personal, but then there's like sick days, obviously, kind of like it's very close to Clay. But we get some cultural days as well. We can get out a week of cultural days a year, so you can take those for basically a day.
2 weeks. But like, do they allow you, like, that they know you are obviously from Lheidli and you are a counselor, and if you tell them we have the chief and council meeting today, and they will allow you, you have to take the time off.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Still to manage them.
It's on what's happening with my job too. That's why I know a few council members said they want to have it earlier because like they're scared of driving at night. Isn't that bad? So that's why I'm always pretty adamant about trying to have meetings afterward, so I can manage it better that way. Because then I don't have to constantly be like, hey boss, like, I need to take some time off. And there's a lot of time off. Like look, it's kind of February 2nd and 3rd, 2 days of training, another day here, more of that. So it's
all
okay. You gotta figure it out. Or be taking like 4 days off. So
For example, do you have a leverage over there? For example, if you can join the online meeting from your office or not? If you are joining it online there, so it means you are not on their time.
yeah, but then I'm still on their time because I'm at their office, right? I'm supposed to be.
I'm saying, like, do they allow you to like attend the meetings online from there or not?
They would. I'd rather be in person if I could.
No, but I'm saying, like, for example, if it's too much of work there as well.
Yeah, if it's like one of the specialty meetings for like an hour or something like that, they're pretty good. I also just kind of try to push my way into saying I'm just doing this thing I have to.
Always good.
Like all I do is eat that kind of.
know.
So, like, still, like, no. I drink water, it also turns into fat. I do not know how.
48.
It's winter time, so your body's telling you. It's easy.
Yeah.
Because you're always out doing stuff.
You might have to take the really far for that.
We got that.
Oh, Monique.
Maybe Monica? Monique?
Biggest and that. Oh, it's only it went because of toxic. We got one cancelled as well. So the other Monica, oh, he cancelled his email yesterday.
4 months or so twice.
Yeah. Yeah, funny.
Because if Kayla started thinking into like legal history for you and recent stuff from he's like you can find a picture of what the people for all this. He's like first were like he's like people from the fourth were like you know this family came in and they went hunting for 2 days. Honestly, honestly, 1900s, like late 1800s. So like there's
Next.
Well, oh my goodness.
What's
Oh, I gotta tell him already.
That's fine. Fine.
So, we'll do a quick introduction.
Administrative Services Officer.
Islam, Executive Director.
Hi, Monique, Crystal, Jim.
Hi, Chief Darling Logan.
Tom
Aye.
Council.
Tashina Seymour, Council.
Doug Olson, council.
Amy Bird, Council.
Like, how do you council?
You have the table.
Okay. I've been sitting here super nervous, so I had this memorized, but I don't anymore. So don't mind me, I might be reading a little bit from a script. So first of all, I want to thank you, Chief and Council, for the opportunity to be here today. Before I even speak about programs or plans, I want to begin with identity, because this work is rooted first in who we are. I acknowledge that I am from carrier blood and the Claw family. My grandmother was Ruby Claw, and my mother is Myrna Carpenter. We belong to the Caribou clan as well as the Grouse clan, and I carry the lineage with deep respect and responsibility. I also wanted to acknowledge the profound privilege I have had to work, learn, and grow alongside the Okanagan peoples. It is here on the unceded territory of their nation that I found culture, family, and love. I truly believe that it was through the care of this community that my inner child learned to laugh again. Today, I carry not only my own truth, but the strength of my ancestors with me, and I stand here with deep respect among the Okanagan people with honor, humility, and service. Thank you. So, I don't know how to share my screen for the PowerPoint.
I have your presentation. I will share it in.
Yeah, if you
I
guys
don't
should
know
keep
if it's like if it's the up, the most.
Yeah, the updated
to-date
one.
one.
Yeah. Can you see it?
I think so. All right. So today, what I'm presenting to you guys is something that's very close to my heart. It is called We Do Wellness. So this is the logo that I had designed. It is a hybrid of a turtle as well as an owl. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to read what I sent. I know that it was like very last minute, but I did want to read something for you guys. Give me 1 second. So it's just basically where We Do Wellness was born, where I found my calling, I guess. But so it's from chapter 1, The Birth of We Do Wellness. She had seen the owl before after her sister had passed, after her program manager quit, and again on the day she was let go. The timing was impossible to ignore. Each sighting carried the same message, offered without words. Endings are not failures, they are invitations. From that space of listening, We Do Wellness was born. Not as a business plan, but as a knowing. A vision of space where people feel welcomed, inspired, safe, and curious. A place where culture is centered and community is not an afterthought. Its guiding words came easily because they were already true. Grounded in culture, guided by community, growing together. We Do Wellness was never meant to be a company in the conventional sense. It was a movement taking shape, a living response to lived experience, born from rupture but guided by purpose. To chapter 9. when knowing became
So,
responsibility.
how do you take an ancient philosophy of wellness and turn it into a tangible?
We're not there yet. Try to. Okay, so from chapter 9, when knowing became responsibility. After the truth settles, there is a moment heavier than grief. Responsibility. Not guilt, not obligation, the simple, irreversible awareness that now you know, you cannot unknow. I understood then that we do wellness did not come from ambition. It came from interruption, from something taken and needed to be restored with care. I am not here to fix what was broken. I am here to carry what survived. This is the heart of the work I am bringing forward today. We Do Wellness was not created from comfort. It was created from clarity and from the responsibility that comes when you understand both the pain and the strength of where you come from. Okay. What I am proposing is not just a program or a business model. It is a commitment to carry healing forward in a way that is grounded, careful, and accountable to our people, our stories, and our future generations. Yeah, now you can do it.
So, how do you take an ancient philosophy of wellness and turn it into a tangible $1,000,000 reality? Today, we're going to dive deep into a powerful vision for Indigenous healing and the brilliant, super detailed strategy that's making it happen. This is a story about culture, community, and really, a blueprint for the future. Okay, to really get what this project is all about, we have to start with its philosophical core. See, this isn't about the Western model of treating one symptom at a time. Indigenous wellness is built on this profound idea that everything is interconnected. True health, true wellness, it comes from balancing four sacred connections to ourselves, to our community, to our spirit, and absolutely crucially, to the land. And that connection to the land, it's everything. This quote from Chief Seattle just captures it perfectly. What we do to the land, we do to ourselves. It's this deep two-way relationship where the health of the land and the health of the people are literally the same thing. This isn't just a nice idea. It's the guiding principle for this entire project. So, you have this profound philosophy. How do you transform that into a real place where healing can actually happen? Well, that brings us to We Do Wellness. So this is it. We Do Wellness. It's an initiative that's completely Indigenous led, and it's all grounded in Lheidli Tiny the teachings. The whole point is to reconnect people to the land, to their culture, and to their community. And what's really cool is how it works in rhythm with the four seasons, because the teachings, just like the land itself, have a natural time and place. And it's all guided by the elders. And get this, even the leadership philosophy is a core teaching. It's not some top-down, I'm the boss model. Nope. It's grounded in the wisdom that real leadership is about service and that every decision has to be made together for the good of the entire community. Of course, every great vision needs a leader to actually make it real. And this is Monique Poitras, the founder. She really embodies the whole spirit of the project. On one hand, she has the deep trust of the elders, and on the other, she has the practical skills to manage really complex finances and administration. You know, it's that rare mix of cultural fluency and real-world know-how that makes a project this ambitious even possible. All right, so we've got the philosophy and the leadership. Now let's look at the physical heart of the vision, the healing cabin. This is where the vision literally takes root. The healing cabin is going to be built right here on Lheidli territory, and it's designed to be so much more than just a building. It's going to be a year-round hub for ceremony, for learning, and for connecting generations. And its mission is incredibly ambitious. I mean, we're not just talking about building a cabin here. It's about creating a sustainable space, delivering cultural programming all year long, actively taking care of the environment, and this is huge, building a model that can be shared and copied by other nations. And you can really see that blend of tradition and innovation right here. The cabin won't just be sitting on the land, it's going to be in harmony with it. We're talking solar power, rainwater harvesting, sustainable materials, the whole shebang. It's the physical proof of that core idea. Caring for the land and caring for people are one and the same thing. A sustainable, culturally grounded healing cabin. It's an incredible vision. But visions on this scale, well, they need serious capital. So let's get into the really practical challenge. How do you fund a dream like this? It's the crucial question, isn't it? For a community-led project, where does the money for something this major actually come from? The goal is to unlock over $1.2 million in external grants. That's a massive undertaking. So how do you even begin to wrap your head around a number that big? Well, the answer is you do it with a meticulously planned, super strategic master funding map. This isn't about just randomly applying for grants and hoping for the best. It's a coordinated, multi-year strategy built around one brilliant core concept. And that concept is called grant stacking. The idea is actually pretty simple, but so powerful. Instead of trying to find one giant grant to fund the whole thing, you break the project into smaller pieces. Then you find separate grants to fund each individual component, like the structure, the solar panels, the programming, and you layer them together. You stack them up. So here's how it works in practice for the cabin. Step 1, you secure capital grants, things like Jordan's principal, to fund the actual building. Step 2, you add clean energy grants, like Wahelatos, to fund the solar panels and the batteries. Because they fund totally separate things, there's no overlap. And the result? A fully funded cabin, all built by strategically stacking these targeted grants. It's just so smart. But, and this is a big but, a strategy like this requires incredible coordination. It's a race against the clock. Just look at this snapshot of the first quarter of 2026 alone. Missing that January 16th deadline, that can mean losing up to $200,000. Missing the February deadlines, hundreds of thousands more could be off the table. The pressure is absolutely immense. So if they can actually navigate this complex funding puzzle, what does success truly look like? Because this whole thing has always been about way more than just one building. The vision stretches so far beyond the cabin itself. We're talking about real, measurable improvements in community wellness and strengthening cultural identity. But it's also about building up local skills in things like renewable energy, and maybe most importantly, creating a replicable, indigenous-led model that communities all across the country can take, adapt, and use for themselves. You know, this quote from research on carrier leadership just brings it all home. The success of this entire project, from its philosophy right down to its funding strategy, is based on interconnected thinking. It's about seeing how the land, the people, the culture, the money, and the future are all part of the exact same circle. So what does true community-led healing actually look like in practice? The We Do Wellness Initiative gives us a powerful answer. It looks like a deep connection to the land. It looks like leadership that's defined by service. And it looks like a brilliant strategy that weaves it all together to build something that's meant to last.
So I wanted to apologize for a couple of the pronunciations. I don't know if you're aware of Notebook, but basically you put your sources in and it produces this with trial and error. So I had a hard time with preparing for this meeting because I've had so much information that I've studied since September. I've taken. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I've taken quite a few courses just to get up to par with what I needed to do. So I realized that what I'm doing this meeting basically is about is the brand identity that I need to, I guess, show you that I'm capable of doing that. So when I worked at the Ukinikane Friendship Center here in Penticton, I initially started as the administrative assistant, and then that turned into a bookkeeper, which I consolidated their petty cash of a year, and I did that in a month. I learned Sage in about a month and a half, and then I went to build the website. And it was the capabilities of that. Next, so that's another. It's called Rock. I don't know. I was playing around with it. That's sweet. I forgot to put this in here. I don't want to really it in the package that I sent you. My driving force is love. That everybody deserves a second chance. Ian's give it. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it again. There. It's hard to be alive. I did this with my drone.
It's not when you're jealousy. Feel
So a couple things about that. That we do, I didn't know that I was going to be, that was the name of this initiative. That was a year and a half ago that I did that video. And it, for me, it just symbolized that I could still see the beauty in the dark. I was in the rain for about 2 hours recording that. It was good. Do you want me to read this? I sent it to you guys. I just feel like we can move forward. So it's another one. So you guys actually funded me to do the drone training. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. By the way, I I enjoyed this part. I really enjoyed this part. I'm really good at the. I don't want to say boring because that takes away from like how the value of, I guess, grant proposals and all that stuff. So I've done 9 of them. So I know how to do that stuff. My business proposal is about 40 pages, and I didn't feel like sending that in just because my brand is not secured yet. So I didn't think, because this is public, I didn't want to put that on the ledge. So I just wanted to show you, I guess, the creative side of me, and I like it a lot. So you can say now. We're never alone. There's 2 turtles. Okay. Yeah. Um, this slide I put in there just to, I guess, to show that I do come from both worlds. The going to school, I don't know, and just learning about my spirit, I guess. And I feel like that's what we need is the bridge between those 2 worlds. You can skip now. Oh, okay. Oh, you skipped it.
good day.
No, you gotta go back. Okay, yeah. It should.
To start all over, going on. Please know you were going so high, my love. Every step you've made was relatively young.
Yeah, because it's my healing. Yeah, you can skip it now. Yeah, you can go.
Good day, esteemed Chief and Council. Thank you so much for your time. We're here today to talk about a vision for We Do Wellness, a vision that's really all about securing a strong, healthy, and culturally rooted future for all our people. At the very heart of everything we're going to discuss today is this one single powerful idea: leaving a legacy. This isn't just about programs or services. It's about our sacred responsibility to make sure that the generations who aren't even here yet inherit a nation that is whole, connected, and truly thriving. So here's the path we'll walk together through this vision. First, we'll talk about what a legacy for generations really means to us. Then we'll get into how this work is grounded in our carrier seasonal cycles. After that, we'll look at the pathways we use to promote life. And then we'll focus on that vital relationship between our elders and youth and wrap up with how we can build this future together. All right, let's start with section 1. The whole purpose of We Do Wellness is to reaffirm this sacred responsibility. Every single action we take, every program we design, it's all measured by one question. What are we leaving behind for our children and our children's children? Now, what's so important to understand is that this work doesn't come from some outside model. No, it is rooted right here in Lheidli Tanet and carrier wisdom. Our whole structure follows the natural rhythm of the land and our teachings, which makes sure that everything we do is culturally aligned and deeply respectful. And this right here, this shows you exactly how we do it. The Dagil seasonal wellness cycle guides all our programming. Spring is that time for reawakening and renewal. We're out on medicine walks, we're doing youth mentorship. Summer is all about gathering and growth with cultural camps and fishing. Fall is for the harvest and preparation, time for gratitude. And winter. Winter is so crucial. It's for reflection, for story work, for governance, a time when elder storytelling and healing circles become central. This is our calendar. This is our guide. So that seasonal rhythm, that's our foundation. Now let's talk about the philosophy that guides us on our path. Our youth, they've told us loud and clear that they want to learn how to live good lives, not just how to avoid bad things. So, because of that, we are shifting our entire framework. We're moving away from just preventing harm to actively promoting life. And this slide, this is the why behind our work. It's built on these 4 foundational pillars for a good life. There's hope, seeing a future that's worth growing toward. There's belonging, knowing deep down that you're part of a family, a community, a people. There's meaning, understanding where you come from. And finally, purpose, knowing what your gifts are and how you can contribute. This is what we want to build in every one of our young people. So, if those pillars are the why, then these 4 sacred connections, well, this is the how. This is the path to well-being. Wellness isn't some final destination, right? It's all about nurturing our relationships with ourself, with our community, with our spirit, and with the land. By making those 4 connections stronger, that's how we build those pillars of hope, belonging, meaning, and purpose. These connections to self, community, spirit, and land, they are all woven together by one absolutely critical thread, the bond between our elders and our youth. Restoring this relationship is the very heart of We Do Wellness. It's everything. I want to be really clear about this. Elders are not just advisors that we consult from time to time. Their role is foundational. They are the keepers of our laws, our values, our ways of knowing. They guide this work to make sure it has cultural integrity, and they help us restore the connections that colonization tried so hard to break. This statement right here, it says it all. By placing our elders at the absolute center of this work, We Do Wellness isn't inventing something new. We are simply reaffirming our traditional governance and our community structures. We're remembering who we have always been and how healing has always been carried forward in our nation. And with that strong elder-guided foundation in place, that's when we can truly empower our youth. See, they aren't just passive recipients of our programs. They are active leaders. They facilitate sessions, they help design the programs, and they are trusted with the tools for wellness. And through all this, they're not only building skills for themselves, they are actively becoming the next generation of cultural carriers for our nation. And this brings us to our final section, building our future together. This isn't just a proposal we're presenting, it's a collective invitation. It's an invitation to partner in the sacred work of carrying forward everything that has survived. This whole vision is carried by our founder, Monique Poitras. This insight, which was shared with her by a healer, really defines the path of We Do Wellness. It's not about adapting outside programs to fit us. It's about creating our own from the ground up for our community, rooted in our ways. So what is We Do Wellness? Well, it is a nation-rooted initiative. It is guided by the teachings of our wise ones, the Wuneni, who always remind us that leadership is an act of service, that we make decisions together, and that true lasting healing is always grounded in land, language, and relationship. We just want to leave you with this one final thought. This work, it is not about focusing on what was broken by the past. It's about lovingly, intentionally, and powerfully picking up and carrying forward all that has survived. That is our strength. That is our resilience. And that is the legacy we are going to build together. Thank you.
The reason that I use notebook is because sometimes when I'm overstimulated, I talk really fast and a lot of things are mixed. And I felt like this was very important. And I hope that I was able to portray what my vision is. I don't know. Whenever to the
Chief and Council, thank you so much for your time.
I don't think I wanted that one.
Today to talk about a vision for We Do Wellness.
I don't want that one. I'm sorry. I think it's the same one as like before. I'm sorry. I think we're done with them. If you wanted to skip past this one twice, go to the next slide. Okay. So I talked very fast. Basically what I wanted to say was I found that when I was working at the Friendship Center, it was a lot about advocacy. That it was all about there was no action on healing. So initially, what brought me to this was I saw a lot of my daughter's friends being in foster care and not having that connection back with their family, and that's where it started from. Was I wanted to heal, like get them on the road of healing, like separately, and then coming as a family. And the more that this initiative started coming into my head and like getting out on paper, I realized that it has to heal within our nation first. And I wanted it to be focused on youth and elders. And one of the big projects is a vertical garden, just because of the medicinal plants and the foraging is where that initially started. And then I got into the idea of having Indigenous chefs come, and then also having students that need their hours to build a cabin to get to be certified. And then the idea of reconciliation along the Fraser River with the different nations and compiling our information, but it being not sold, it would just stay in our nation. And that's where I am asking for guidance from our elders. And I want to, I see the intergenerational learning, and I feel like it's on the cusp of it, of that being lost. I've learned to be inclusive. I understand, yeah, I think that's the end of my PowerPoint presentation. I think there's one that's like a audio. Do you want to skip to the next slide, please? Oh, my vision's coming real. He's cute, right?
That is cute.
Thank you. So that's the part that I actually enjoy. Okay. There's an audio file after it, but it's too long for you guys to listen to. If you wanted to listen to it later, you can. Questions?
So you want to start a business,
A nonprofit.
nonprofit.
That has a social for-profit arm that complements it. Because I am one in 22 that has anti-racism facilitation training. That the for-profit will be able to put the funds back into the nonprofit. So we won't have to rely on yearly restrictions of grants, because there's a lot of grants that are, they call it the sunset of them. I think it's food sovereignty as well as reconciliation, I think. Yeah.
Hi, Monique. Good job
Hi.
on the presentation. Well
My
put
mouth
together.
is so dry.
So with your start, is it the estimated request in here that you're looking for support on?
Yeah,
And
okay.
is there any other, request from, the council? Like I do see the 1650 to 2550. But would there be, because as part of the presentation, you had said, you wanted to start with the youth and with the elders, would that be within the nation?
Yes. So,
Yeah.
what I'm actually requesting, so I'm sorry, I sent it later, so it was like, I'd say about 1 o'clock that I sent it. It's updated. I put about 600 to 1,000 hours into this, and I'm not, like, I'm saying this just so you guys understand how, dedicated I am to this. That's not including the schooling that I've taken, and you should have all of the information about that. But what I'm requesting is to have support financially to get this off the ground, meaning that there's like a cascade of events with the funding. And because it's the sunset of like a lot of the funds, they're not going to be doing this next year, which is like what's in the Canadian, like the financial budget. I think that's what's called. So I need to, my plan is I need for tomorrow for the $200,000, which I've already done all of the proposals for, and I've made the phone calls to these organizations. So this one is the going forward. Oh, I can grab that later. I need a letter of support from the nation is one of them. That's one of them. I needed, it's a short investment for 1.2 million that I could get from just a letter of support. And then I do need the startup. So that, sorry?
Oh, no, sorry, we're just kind of bubbling amongst ourselves.
Which means, so with that letter of support, what that entails is that I would have the Elders Council for guidance, as well as the Lands Department is what is in my proposal as well. Like, because I there's some things that I can't actually, like, I can't research. Like, I've tried, like, marsh lands,
Sorry,
like,
Monique,
Monique,
were you aware that we do have an elder society with Lheidli?
I am. Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Okay. Have you been in contact with them?
No, I wanted to reach out to you guys first, and just to see,
Okay.
because there's good, because the grants that I'd be getting, it would be so there's one from Truth and Reconciliation. It actually has it in the budget, so I want to be able to have one person that I talk to, like Kenora, like just the elders, like one person, like a point of contact, or
the point of contact for the Elder Society is Carrie Chersanoff, and she is the Elders Coordinator. So she is the one that you would want to reach out to.
Okay. So I'm allowed to do that?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. The next thing is I would like to I need a youth leadership council. So my plan was to start off with the vertical garden and have the elders teach the youth about the medicinal properties, as well as foraging and living off the land, basically, where they would get that knowledge. But phase 2 would be the elders would choose who the leaders would be of the youth participants. Such phase 2. Phase 3 is they would finish their cycle of like learning of like 4 seasons, and then they would be the youth leadership, and then they could implement their own program.
Okay, so for today's decision, you need letter of support and the estimated request of 1650 to 2550.
No, so it's updated, so I'm requesting to have, a couple of months, of support, financial support, where I can actually concentrate all of my energy to this. So
And
the
what's
number,
that total?
I know, give me 1 second. And also, maybe I need some like guidance on doing bylaws. So I don't know if the band has someone that I could, because it costs 2,500 to get a lawyer to confirm it. And because it's gonna be a nonprofit with a social arm, a for-profit.
I think the bylaws, Monique, would go through the lands authority. The only, issue that I kind of see there is that we're just kind of starting off as well.
Yeah.
But I know that lands authority is going to be working very quickly on getting some developed, so I don't know if that would be.
Okay, so I've done some research, and what I've learned, so it's going to be a nonprofit, non-member society, because we're located in BC. The non-paying member, just because the members, it would just be clients based, like it wouldn't be like returning like every day. And if it was, then it would be, you'd have to have 3. No, you were allowed to have 1 executive director, and I feel like that's too much power, if that makes sense. We have to have at least 3 executive directors. So I was thinking of one of you guys being on the board. So this is the bylaws. This is the part that I have to get down within 2 weeks. I have to write these in 2 weeks to get 350,000 is the next funding.
Okay,
So that just means incorporated.
Monique, I don't mean to be rude, but we
That's
are
okay.
running behind time, but what is your actual request for today?
Oh, sorry, I sent it to you guys, but hold on. I don't know where it is. I know that. Okay, so I did a budget and I sent it to you guys. It's 3,500 that I have to pay every month. So I can contribute $1,000. So it's 2,500, and then it's like for supply, like office stuff. It's 8 or 9. I don't have the number. I know. So like 8,000 to 9,000. Thank you. Oh, that's a bit. No, finish. I have all the quotes and I have it in a file that I sent. Can I give it to you? It's
Yeah, you can send
8,000
it to-
or 9,000.
Yeah, just send the information to Shahid and then we'll have a
Okay.
discussion on it. But thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Monique.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
job.
you so much.
You can breathe now. Drink lots of
Okay.
water.
Yeah, could you tell I was really, really nervous? And I was like, okay, skip the side. That's not the one I wanted. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Okay, we have one more and then we go to in camera.
Who's the one more?
Arjan?
Already late? Oh, yeah, okay.
He's in there, I don't like to man.
Like 2 hours. We're behind 2 hours.
The Elphick hasn't started yet. Oh, Tolfic, you gotta be nice to us, man.
First day back, how much can he have?
Don't say that.
Oh, no.
Here.
He lost.
I got 7 hours to film this today.
Oh,
I
no.
got 7 hours yesterday.
7 hours for a 10-minute presentation? Wow, you just put enough.
Too much going on.
4 hour service, right? Perfect. Fantastic. Don't tell hot candles on this. You are in public.
Hello?
Shut up, you guys. We're probably.
Hello? Didn't say anything back.
You don't smell bad at all. It's your mind that thinks that way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just said Tofik.
My mind's the problem.
I said Tofik gives 24-hour service. Watching in there.
Hi, guys.
You live in that car?
All the stuff way in advance, and then we can make arrangements with community and stuff to show up and elders and fun. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Last year for 15, uh,
Dom's really involved in this. Summer.
Didn't we talk about the last time we had a conversation with them? There was an apology that was to be made to one of our elders. Has that happened?
I don't know. But the apology, the elder that was. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Guys been training? Get in there.
We're in for 20. But absolutely, we need to have advance notice, and we need to take it like 2 weeks before the event and not the night before the event. And,
Yeah.
and, and public acknowledgement of the elders, and especially the one that was shuffled out. And of course, our elders love sway.
Yes.
Our elders absolutely love the sway. So
Okay.
we will do that again this year, but yeah, just more advanced. So we got the October 9th and 10th, so that's good for us, but our community, we need to. But so we need the tickets by at least the end of September.
You've got insurance on that? Uh,
So now we are going to the in-camera session. So I just want to remind community members the health week happening at the HOA and family fun night on January 29th at the HOA. Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Shahid, just a moment. Let on the live, let it reach this. I will just wait for it to finish synchronizing
Okay.
because in live it's like 10-20 seconds behind. So after that, I'm going inside in camera. Then I'll let you know. Just hold on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, where do you get the cheese from?